Meows. Meow. Meow, meow.
Welcome to the AfterGlow,
Meow.
to the Starters Near episode 18. And I guess it's Mike who's Mike, are you gonna orchestrate us through this?
I think Mike is busy.
No, I'm with the boys here, but I don't think I have to like orchestrate things now.
So we have Kurt Kruger, who
Ah,
seems to be a part of Peacemakers circles.
Kurt,
Hello.
Kurt is
Oh,
also
welcome,
part
Kurt.
of the after chat, and there he is.
Aw.
He's my friend. Can't hear you, Kurt. Can't hear you.
You're on mute, my friend.
My goodness, I did put my mic on. Thank you very much, Lena. And you happen to be a beauty, and so is everybody else on here. Some of you guys have some beards. I love it.
Yeah, these are the bearded wonders. Absolutely.
I used to have one like Doc Time too.
Oh, well.
He
I'm
looks
not
like-
quite there to ZZ Top yet, but I'm on the way.
One left to right. Okay.
Marcos is.
Marco, my goodness, yours is longer than mine ever got close.
Yeah. Yeah. So let me tell you, if I might, the reason that I came,
Yeah.
because I did have an ulterior motive. I came to talk to Marco because Marco is the is my usual host for Gaia's Zoom room that I open every Tuesday evening from 6 to 8 p.m. Pacific time. And you guys know about that. And I want to thank you for coming when you do. What I wanted to say is that in August, I'm part of Earthstock, which is a regenerative summit that is happening that encompasses the birthday of Miracle, the first white buffalo calf. And that's going to be on the Tuesday. But there's what I've done
Yeah.
is that
I'm glad you're warming up, man. I know that's how it is.
all right, you guys, I
Not
can
ready.
hear me sometimes.
Not ready to go.
Marco, can
Oh.
you mute your mic for a sec? Because I am they're talking to you too. Thank you. Now, the reason I'm talking to you about this, Marco, is because Stan is going to be away during August. Humanity Rising is shutting down during August, and Earthstock Summit is going to be going on. It's just 1 week of, it's based in Crestone, Colorado, and it's going to be in other countries as well. It's all over the place. It's like Woodstock was, only different. So it's in that mentality of getting together to create change in the world. So I stepped forward into the co-creative conversations that I like to be a part of and said that I would have conversations, panel discussions, one each day on the theme of the day. I get 2 hours from 8 until 10 in the morning to have those conversations. Marco, that would be 11 until 1 from in Eastern time. Now, that's great and fine, but what I've found is if I have a lot of people and the discussion is really good, I don't want to shut them down. I want to invite them to come over to the after chat. Now, Stan, like I said, is not going to be around. The after chat is not, well, I could make it available, but if I include you guys in this, you guys get to be a part of this. And so I would like you to be the overtime. the after chat of the co-creative conversations that are happening at Earthstock. Is that consistent with possibility, Marco?
Of course, yeah, 100%.
Excellent. So you will get your plug, because I have to talk to my panelists about, not only being available for the 2 hours, but for, whatever it takes. So I'm thrilled to have your complicity in this. Thank you.
Can you do me one little favor and like put the dates for that in the chat so that when I save the chat, that'll be one source for me.
August 19 to 25, 2024 is Earth Stock. There. And I will include you in that conversation in the emails and whatnot, so that you get to be known, and you get your advertising in there in a very subtle way. You guys deserve to be acknowledged for the work you do here. Very glad to be a part of what is happening here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shannon. We care a great deal for you and your consistency of being our partner here for the last almost 4 years.
It's sure been fun. And I love that we got to have Gaia's Zoom room at theconversation.cc. I mean, that's, yeah.
So again, we're talking about Monday from 11 Eastern, or is that Pacific time?
That
Monday
11 from
meditation.
Okay. For the meditation that's happening this Monday when the eclipse is going on, it will start at 11 o'clock Pacific time.
Zone, Pacific time. Okay, 11 time. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Good question, Michael. Good question. Yes. So, that's it from me. So we'll see you on Monday, I hope. I left the link in the chat for Asher's meditation on Monday, and I will get back to you about Earthstock. And now I have to go and continue. I'm going to a secondhand store. I've got some donations I need to drop off, and so I'm going to go. I'm in the middle of moving, just about done.
I am too, Shannon. I'm leaving on the 12th for Portland, Oregon. I feel you. I'm in the process of moving. It's huge. So
yeah, I was reminded that all you really need is a backpack.
yeah.
What? And I remember just having a backpack, and it was wonderful. And I really would like to go. No. I'm happy in my home. So I'm going to leave you guys. And thank you so much for the space. Bye.
Bye, Shannon.
Dana, where in Portland are you going?
I'm going to Portland for Portland, Oregon.
No, but where in Portland?
Actually, I'm actually going to Forest Grove, so outside of Portland. Do you know Portland? Are you in Portland?
I'm not. I'm in Southern California right now, outside of Los Angeles in San Fernando Valley.
Ooh, beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Michael, you from here?
Oh, but I have a real affinity for California. I was executive producer for Jackson Brown's brother Severin record called Overdue. He's in LA. Of course, he's in Encino, I think.
Probably.
Maybe I'm wrong. It's a neighborhood of LA.
Yeah, it is.
Got the Abbey of Encino. Thank you. Look it up. Fridays he has live shows. first Fridays of the month at his Encino Abbey. I highly recommend it.
Or if you can, send me the link to
You're
it.
muted.
I shouldn't, I'm muted still? Excuse
Sorry.
me, my mic is off. I hate to use the word mute, excuse me, because of the fact that I have friends that don't speak.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
they
I
just,
have a nephew the same, so that's a good point. Thank you.
yeah, and it's also, they have diverse abilities. I've been working with somebody up in Portland, or not Portland, in Vancouver, that's worked with them for about 35 years. Yeah. This is so magical. There's so much great energy here right now. Thank you.
With that said, that's so funny you said that, because I wanted to bring light to this beautiful enigma. They're never on camera and they leave little magical gems in the chat, and I actually don't know them at all. And speaking of mute, like they never speak. Dawn's to you too. Yeah, you're a beautiful presence. I don't know you and I've never seen you, but thank you for your gems and your magic. I was just thinking about the magic in this room and how it's showing up in so many different ways, right? Too. So, we're flooding the room with magic, which floods the universe. But anybody can show up in any way that they need. The beautiful thing about all the people in here is they support everyone just as they are, and in all walks of their lives and path. So I've been forever blessed and changed by being in this room. So I acknowledge the growth that I have done. So I also honor Jamin and Marco and Michael Prince. You guys have definitely been huge parts of my journey.
It's a perfect time that we come together for the expression that needs to be made now. And that's why we are here specifically. Some of us are, I think all of us are all, quote, old souls. You know, what was the word that they had a word for children born in the 90s or something? The something children. What was it?
Indigos.
That's it. Yes, I knew somebody would get it. Thank you, Lena.
I
Yeah.
have quite a bit of experience with the indigo phenomenon, and so I was actually born with what was called the Mongolian blue spot, and I connected it to the indigo phenomenon. So it's always been this curiosity of mine for sure. So yeah, the indigos.
Excellent. You might find some other indigos in Portland. There's a band that I think two of the members of it, at least, um, are old dear friends of our family from down here. But they're up there. They're called 40 Feet Tall.
Mhm.
So when you get there, check them out.
I have a question for you. You're in Southern California. You're connected with the peacemakers. Do you happen to know the name Christopher Hills?
That name is so familiar. Oh my God, what is it? Tell me.
The Hills are a good friends of mine, but they come from a really intensely strong spiritual lineage. And Christopher Hills, the third, is my friend. His great-great-grandfather was the scientist who brought spirulina into consciousness.
That's it. Yeah.
Biolumina. Do you know I mean, in the Southern California, it's huge. Biolumina, spirulina is
Yep.
their organization. You already seem like family. So I'm like, are you? Because that's one of my spiritual families. So I'm automatically like, automatically feel the connection. So, but yeah, I guess it's a small world, and in the end, we're all connected, right? So I'm sensing the I'm really into the idea of cell structures, like forming we're all like forming
Have you
cells within.
have you seen or read Tamsin Willie Barker's book on
I don't want to
teaming?
overdo it, you know. Hey, your pom-poms are.
Team, teaming, teaming.
Jamin, you were on mute. Jamin, did you want to speak? Your hands up.
Really about me.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize off mute. Anyway, I'm going in to visit my mom now. Just wanted to
Mm,
bid you all farewell. And loving the conversation today, and let's continue to make it happen. Thanks everyone for the
Remember,
contributions.
Jamin,
I'll be back on my reverse commute in a few hours, so I'll be back in a few hours. Love you all.
Hugs to your mom.
Thanks.
Damon,
remember the
Thank
peace
you.
salute. Salute your mom when you walk in like this and say, Zoom
Thank
peace.
you.
But you got to put it over your eyes because you see the world as love. It's all love. You say Zoom
Ah,
peace and you throw it out to the world. And what does love create? Peace.
more love.
The highest.
More
love
love.
it. Love it.
Does
Yeah.
love create more love? That
Bye for
creates
now. See
love.
you all soon.
Hug mom for me, Jamin. Tell her I miss her.
Well, thank you.
Big hugs.
Thanks everyone for being here. And
So
Elena,
see you in a few hours, whoever's here.
bye, Jamin.
the image, Lena, behind me is obviously the symbol for the
All
peacemaker.
right. Thanks.
And it is an open heart paying it forward. It
Mhm.
pays love forward. And like I said, peace is actually the highest vibration because love creates peace.
Mhm.
And I don't know if you read the book, what is it called? Power versus Force.
Yes, I love the idea of power. We need to start having those conversations that ultimately we're misusing the word power. We're not looking at power intrinsically in its right, like in the right context, in the right definition. Yeah. And power versus force is, I haven't read it in a long time, but that the idea, the comparison is so important. So totally, that's amazingly important to bring up within the context of the meta crisis too.
Oh, I don't even look at meta crisis, it's meta opportunity.
Oh, love you. Yeah,
Yes,
I actually would love to talk to you because I've been looking at trauma instead of being, oh yeah, oh my gosh, meta opportunity allows room for trauma growth, right? Too. It's not a trauma disorder, it's not complex post-traumatic stress
trauma,
disorder.
trauma is a simple thing. Trauma is compost for the new age. Trauma is compost for growth.
Yeah,
I'll
exactly.
give you an example. I have a dear friend. I won't name her because she's here in Southern California, and some of you may know her. She got raped by a judge. She's had an amazing, crazy life. But all of those horrible things that had happened to her were things that caused her to be as strong and as helpful and as kind and as she is now. She sees them as the growth opportunities.
Yeah.
Like I've been a coach and an athlete and all kinds of things in my life. And what happens is that thinking that you have an edge, there's no edges. Everybody here has probably created miracles in their life already. And if you haven't, you can start. It's simple, simple little practice. I call it give it a go. You want to hear a little story about it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm down in South Africa playing beach ball with some Africans, right?
Where in South Africa?
My wife is from South Africa.
What part?
She was born in Springs, went to Witwatersrand University. She's there now with my eldest son. He's going to do the half marathon of ocean to ocean.
I was raised in Joburg, that's
Were
why.
you?
sorry. Yeah.
Oh
So
my God, that is
yeah,
fantastic.
anyway, go on. Yeah.
Have you been down to the Drakensbergs?
Yeah.
Well, one of my
Actually,
favorite places, that and Kruger National Park, of course.
Yep.
Actually, there's a place called the Lost Skull.
totally.
Best game reserve I've ever been near.
Go on with your story. Sorry I
Hey, let me
interrupted.
get back to the story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm a tangentialist. I'll go on this tangent or that. So what was my story about? It was about miracles. So this one guy, we're playing really nicely and so on, and this guy spikes it so well, but he comes down wrong. And you hear this pop. He blows his knee out. So I drag him off the court because I taught sports psychology all over the world. And I gave him a visualization practice, a relaxation practice. For 45 minutes, I'm guiding him in a visualization practice and getting to breathe calmer and calmer and everything. And for the first time in my life, I was inspired to say, thank you, God, for having healed him. I did that a few times during that 45 minutes. He got up and walked away. Years later, I'm a scout leader at one time. I'm on a backpacking trip with a bunch of scouts. A guy hobbles up with a staff because you can press the line, because it gets a little lengthy and so on. And he staggers up there with the big staff. And I said, do you mind if I see if I can help you? I did the same thing. He did the same thing as the other guy. He walked away without the staff. If I can do it, what can't you do? Some schlemiel like me, if I can do it, boom, boom, shambo.
Mhm.
That's a little Sanskrit for you, thrown in with some Yiddish and stuff like that. Doc, you have a question?
No, I was just going to say that I have some other things I need to get on to, and I'm gonna have to pull out, but it's been good to meet you, Kurt. I'm in Northern
Doc?
California, outside of Shasta.
Oh boy, you live in a heck of a place. My youngest son is up in Ashland.
Hey, I lived there for a while also.
Yeah, that's a great place.
Michael, take
You're-
care.
You are blessed.
And
I'd love to talk to you some other time.
yeah, I will be around many times and we'll see. Take care.
Right. Inshallah.
Take care, Doc.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Love you. Bye, Melissa.
Bye,
Are
Doc.
Bye,
you
Lisa.
heading out to Melissa to go to your mom's?
Sorry, Lena, I couldn't find the mute button. I'm on
Yeah.
my phone. No, I'm on Whidbey because Jamin and
Oh,
I are going
Whidbey.
to Mexico tomorrow. My daughter's
Yeah.
getting married. I don't know if you guys know that, but
Oh.
we're heading to her wedding.
Do you know
And
Joy Gilfillan?
pardon me,
You know Joy Gilfillan?
Joy,
Yeah.
who's married to John Raymer.
Oh, no, that's a
Oh,
Joy.
that's Summer.
No, that's Summer.
Joy, no.
Oh, I've been working with her for a number of years on the restorative justice up in
Before, that'd be great. Yeah, come on here for.
Where is she located, Kurt?
she's in I think it's Bremerton in Whatcom County.
Okay. Yeah, we're further north. We're Island County.
Oh yeah, I know where it is. I've been there. It's
Yeah.
a beautiful place. My goodness.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
The gray whales are here now, so you can hear them and see them, which is really exciting.
You are so
I always
blessed.
love that.
Yes, yes,
They
yes.
announce springtime.
Wow.
I'm actually Melissa.
Yeah,
was
hi, Lena.
I'm actually mid-May or mid-June. I'm going to an event in Spokane, so maybe we can grab dinner. I'll give you
Oh.
guys exact dates, but
Yeah, we'll check the dates. Let us know the dates. You'll be
I'll
around.
I'll check the dates and I'll let you know ahead of time because I know you guys are in Mexico and New Mexico and all over, but it would be amazing to see you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Melissa, I just put in my phone number if you'd love to. I'd love to speak with you more too.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I'll write that down, Kurt.
Thank you.
One thing I wanted to share with all of you, I was on another call on Xbox, which was the first time I've actually joined that. And I was just thinking, it's so fascinating. There's so many just incredible souls who've incarnated at this time on the planet. How do we get ourselves together? I know Jamin's been saying that for a long time, but today I really felt it. It's like,
Mhm.
I still find we're so embedded in the ego that we kind of think our side is better than someone else's, or like there's this kind of impatience with certain personality types or something. Like, how do we just go into that space of all acceptance and love,
That's the beauty of two things. Number one, meditation. Number two is not knowing or not seeing or not believing there's another side. And
Yeah.
so I don't know if you've heard of Humanity Rising Global Solutions
Yeah.
with Tim Garrison. I participate in that a lot with the Peace Lab that we created. And this simple thing of talking with, let's say, somebody like Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson may be on the right in politically or this way or that. And Jim is on the left. Oh, look out, he's got a book. How do you like it? Did you like it? Did you use it? Was it useful?
I'm being successful because I'm using it, and I've read part of it, but there's so much content. Just every page is powerful. So thank you so much. I've
It's
been
my
enjoying
pleasure.
it. Thank you. I'm gonna write a review online
Would you please?
on Amazon. Yeah.
Michael, could you hold the book centered image? Because we can only see part of it. Thanks, love. Winning Ways for Living. Is that yours, Kurt?
It came through me, yes.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Pleasure.
I
I learned from so many different people. I can't claim anything. It's like I don't see how anybody can do copyrights anymore, because we all stand on the giants and some of us have never heard of what Pythagoras said about this, but we quote exactly what he said without ever having met the dude or anything else like that. How is that? Because there's Akashic records, because whatever it is, we're tapping into the wisdom when we offer ourselves an opportunity to.
yeah,
And that's why meditation is so important.
and could I add on that too? Everything you said was 100%. Like I agree almost wholeheartedly. I mean, there's always room. We all were imperfect beings, but that was
No, we're perfect beings. And listen to this quote. There's a Sanskrit quote, and it's beautiful in Sanskrit. Om Purnamada, Purnamada, Purnamada Purnasha, Purnamidaya, Purnamivavashishate. That is perfect. This is perfect. From the perfect comes the perfect, and all that remains is what?
But there was a teaching before that, that I mean, within the Buddhist text we have perfection, but that perfection stems from like it stems from, that's what I wanted to bring in is that, how do we come together? We create systems and structures, right? Like I have to bring this in because I've been using this a lot. This is like, this is, I use this in anatomy and yoga, and I use this in system organizing and facilitation. This is a tensegrity structure. This right here says it all, right? And I don't even have to speak. I could speak on it, but we have, we have ultimately a chaotic system, right? We have chaos that is suspended by what I believe to be flow, right? And this is a fluid structure that can bend, but will it break? No, it's one of the strongest structures, and it's also how our bodies are composed, we are tensegridy, some of the most sophisticated tensegridy structures. So what does this have to do with us coming together? For me, the first step is to accept the chaos, right? And that we're moving beings. And if we're in flow and we accept the importance of silence and meditation and breath, finding silence through meditation, what we can do is the chaos can organize, but it's never going to be what we perceive it to be. And that's the problem, is that we have these ideas and these self-beliefs of what a movement should be. And by creating these like stagnant, static like ideas in our heads, we actually keep the movement from moving, right? So the important part is through meditation, through body work, through somatics, we're able to really tap into our intuition. And example right now, I'm creating my cell, but it's forming because I'm having moments of synchronicity that are bringing me to the people that I am meant to work with, right? And I don't believe in self-governing cells. I believe in fluid cells, that the cell is like the organizing cell is like a cell in our body, and that we're constantly, you know, networkology, networks, online networks within our systems in real life, IRL and online, they're very fluid. And I choose to flow from group to group and bear witness and holds truth, and my truth is meta loving kindness, which I've studied for a long time, and to sit and carry that with the power to flow in between groups and to harness creative consciousness, to harness divine creation, to harness it, bring it forth, and allow that to be kind of the anchor so that people can form and build bridges to connect with others to form more cells. But I think we grossly misinterpret the idea of what it means to be an organizing group. We're self-organizing. It's not a static. We can't force people to like each other. If someone wants to go, they have to be allowed to go. If, you know, and we have to be in touch with our internal systems and our internal divine technology, and understand, coupled with sacred wisdom and the understanding of modernity and how the sacred wisdom fits into our modern, postmodern, and meta-modern, right, world. We have to see, not only see, but embody the timeline of evolution, and it already is programmed in us. Evolution is programmed in us. So through meditation, the timeline arises and we're able to really like move forward in a way that's effective together and apart, right? The pieces will collect themselves. We just have to allow them, right? Right, Kurt? Like, right.
The big thing, for me, it's like the flow. In sports psychology, they used to talk about flow. There's different words for it. But it's like the water going down a hillside. It goes around the rocks. If it had a rock, well, there's the so-called tough part. Okay, I just bruised myself, and so on and so forth. But you know, as we go in the water, it's like the whales communicate hundreds of miles in the ocean. It's the best vehicle for sound, and sound is what we are. We
Yeah.
are that vibration. And as we attune ourselves, which meditation is the cosmic tuning fork, we attune ourselves to that cosmos and allow the dross to get out of the idea of separation demon. That's what I call it, is separation demon. Again, I'm separating, but that in itself, we're still in the speaking mode right now. So we have to use that kind of terminology. It's like one of the ebooks that I give at people is on abracadabra, empower communications.
Mm.
And when we use the words that empower us and don't drain us of energy and so on and so forth, we flow a lot easier. And the only reason we don't is because we've been enculturated. And now we get to re-enculturate ourselves into what it is that is really true. That's why we come together on this platform. I haven't been on it a long time. It's a beautiful expression, again, of free flow too. So there's a flow of a few people right now speaking, and so many people are either listening or they're fixing their tea or whatever they're doing. And it doesn't matter. Everybody's still attuned because we're still together. And that's where the idea of the microbiome and the macrobiome comes in, and so on and so forth.
Totally. The macro and micro, and being able to see the difference and the connection is key to creating successful groups. Yeah, as well. But also, I just wanted to mention I'm a lifelong body worker and somatic practitioner. So we come from a similar perspective, and yeah. How about inviting others?
I wanted to also mention that we are story, we're the stories that we tell. And I just wanted to share with all of you something I read this morning to this other group. It's have you guys read Rick Rubin's book, The Creative Act, A Way of Being? It's really
No.
worth reading.
No.
So it goes like this. Our work embodies a higher purpose. Whether we know it or not, we are a conduit for the universe. Material is allowed through us. If we are a clear channel, our intention reflects the intention of the cosmos. Most creators think of themselves as the conductor of the orchestra. If we zoom out of our small view of reality, we function more as an instrumentalist in a much larger symphony the universe is orchestrating. Don't you love that? How cool is that?
That's
We may
fantastic.
not have a great understanding of what this magnum opus is because we only see the small part we play. The bee is attracted to the scent of the flower, lands on one, then another, inadvertently enabling reproduction. Should the bee go extinct, not just flowers, but birds, small mammals, and humans would likely also cease to exist. It is fair to assume that the bee does not know its role in this interconnected puzzle and is preserving the balance of nature, and in preserving the balance of nature. The bee is simply being. Similarly, the total output of human creativity in all its kaleidoscopic breadth pieces together the fabric forming our culture. The underlying intention of our work is the aspect allowing it to fit neatly into this fabric. Rarely, if ever, do we know the grand intention, yet if we surrender to the creative impulse, our singular piece of the puzzle takes its proper shape. Intention is all there is. The work is just a reminder.
Wow, beautiful.
I'll put the title and the name of the author. It's a very
It is-
beautiful read. I highly recommend it to everybody.
Sounds great.
Really inspiring.
Today on Humanity Rising had a really good program on sound, and it was fascinating. The play of there were two, I would call them two shamans on, very powerful, and one from Sicily and one that's an American, but he's trained down in South America. And I also have a dear friend that was a part of the Peace Lab that I get to play with. He's a medical cardiologist. The other guy was a psychologist, but Daniel Reeders is a magical shaman from South America. Actually, is shamanistic training. And where was I going with that? Just playing, I guess.
You were talking about sound and how important sound is.
If you turn on to it, you can check it out on YouTube or on Ubiquity University and see what today's program was. It was the last of 5 days in a row on conscious creation.
Beautiful. I'm just thinking of, I got to experience the homecoming dance of the Hopi Indians in Arizona in
Oh, boy.
Haute-Villa.
You are
And
blessed.
the Kiva, the Kachina dancers work with sound. They sound like honeybees buzzing, and they scatter sacred cornflower and call the rain gods, which is just incredible to witness.
Yes. The crazy thing about the rain is that when you call the rain, if you don't put a little rider in there, so to speak, of how much rain, you can get too much.
Yes, you have to be very specific about your request to the universe.
Yeah, it's insane. It's fascinating. It's like when you ask for like the white magic kind of a prayer is like this or something better.
Right, exactly.
Lena, you can put your mic on.
Yeah. Wow. This conversation just like aligned to me so perfectly.
Please
When
do.
that happens, I get activated and I have to take a moment because I get excited and I just want to like shower everyone with my verbal gifts, right? But no, it's a moment of silence. I was just wondering, oh my gosh, Kurt, like, is there any way we could keep in touch in email?
I put it in the chat.
Oh, good. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't
I
want
put
to
my
lose
phone
you.
number and email in
I
the
don't
chat.
want to lose you. Yeah, I
We
just
are here
want
to
to
do what we're talking about. We're here to do exactly what we're doing now. And we also get to spread it out. Like I mentioned about getting a hold of Jordan Peterson and having him talk with Jim Garrison or whatever. But that way we attract their groups to hear our group, and our group needs the hell to listen to their group too. Because then we can coagulate. What the hell is this all about? We're coming together, not fighting. We're not here to fight.
Yeah. I wanted to back to the idea of biomimicry I read in your chat and macro micro. I just wanted to mention that for like 3 years, I don't know if anything's ever gonna come of it, but I'm a dancer and a somatic practitioner, and I've been developing this workshop called Old Growth, New Beginning. And yeah, and I have so many workshops that, this sparked this seed in me to like re-examine and look at that. But I had this moment where I was really sick actually, and I was dancing a lot by the lake in my hometown. And there was this one specific tree that I would dance with regularly. And my idea was that through movement, I was connecting, and through movement. So I find a lot of stillness in movement. My movement is what I do movement meditation, right? But I remember one day, I mean, I did this for 2 months, probably almost every day. And I looked really close and I had identified about 3 different diseases on that tree. And one of the most extraordinary things happened when, like, I put my hands on the tree and the tree literally moved me. Like I fell back and into the most extraordinary dance, and I fell into the water and I just like, started moving so freely. But then I got out of that and I was just like, it was a trance state. It was complete flow and the water was like breaking. It was gorgeous. But then, right, I had identified these diseases. I had, created this whole narrative about the tree being sick. But I stepped back and I went into meditation. I took a deep breath and I was at a different perspective. And I looked over and I started crying because I realized that tree became a metaphor. Because when I was looking closely, when I was picking it apart, I could see the three diseases. But when I moved back and allowed myself to distance from the diseased leaves, I saw the totality of the tree, right? And I connected that to the totality of my becoming, like literally and it was one of the most miraculous healing moments because my sickness ceased to exist for at least that moment. But then I realized the power of what you're saying of positive thinking, because a lot of the stress around it went away, a lot of the fear went away. And then through releasing the fear and the stress, I was actually able to heal my belly sickness. So yeah, it was miraculous, but biomimicry, like allowing nature to not only it's not only, we're not only connected to nature, we have to allow nature to take over we are nature, we are the intrinsic, we carry the same force as the tree, we are the same force as the tree, and which is ultimately love, right? So but yeah, I wanted to share that moment. And I actually, I'm not gonna, you're like the type of person I could be sending emails to, like, Kurt, do you have a minute to review my workshop? But I'll just take your email and send you one email and maybe we can continue
My
dialogue.
view on that is that I'm much better speaking with somebody.
Yeah.
That way, the inspiration is in that communication. And we may not be together. And that's one of the things that our whole body system, and it was brought up today, actually, and I was so happy. Took all this time for Humanity Rising to bring this forth, is that when we are together and we listen to music, the soul of the person is playing that instrument.
Mm.
And that instrument is communicating fully with our entire being because our entire being is vibrated by it.
Yeah.
We're 70% water. What's the best conductor of sound? Holy shit. Same Earth, 70%. Holy shit. I should say chit, excuse me. That means energy in Sanskrit. And I've got to use the right terms, Uh, and it's just a beautiful thing. I was in tears, still am a bit, with what you said, because most of us still haven't been able to experience full time this experience of being,
Yeah, exactly.
period. Not being nature, that's still a separation, but this simple thing of being. And when
When
you don't know anything about time,
when your story becomes so integrated that it ceases to exist, right? It's those moments where you can look at a tree and just see a tree and see it moving and see the subtlety of what it's trying to tell you versus seeing the tree itself, right? And then you have gained awareness, letting go and reaching a state of nothing, reaching a state of, I mean, pure consciousness is so doable, but we have to realize we live in a non-dual world. The story is both a part of us and outside of ourselves, and we need to reconcile and just like allow the I was just talking to someone about shadow and light within from a Jungian perspective, more so archetype, bringing out the archetypes of the shadow, but how the true work lies in integrating the shadow and the light to create pure consciousness, not like going into the light or going, we don't go into the light and shadow, and we they're constantly oscillating, and we just need to bring them together. And once we bring them together, and once we bring our story forth, it disappears and we become alive, and that's trauma work, that's healing, that's reaching, like enlightenment is this strange, like right now my soul is dancing. I'm gonna just stop talking because it's very rare for me to
Just
find.
get up and dance. Just do that spontaneously. This offers us then this beautiful form of moving as you feel like, oh, I'm moving wherever you want to, because there's joy in life.
Yeah,
And it flows and everything. And most of us are sitting and just sitting and just sitting on these Zoom calls. Usually every 15 minutes or so, I'm up and moving
me
because
too.
the body has to.
Same here.
The way your brain also works so much better. I put in the chat this gift of the Abracadabra ebook. You can just get it online or whatever. Uh, yeah.
So I actually my dad was an athlete, and we were raised doing martial arts and dance. Like I was raised moving. So I danced before I even walked. I supposedly like got up from crawling and just like leapt across the room and started getting giddy. Movements a big part of my life, and somatics, and integrating, like the mind and the body. So it's where I
That's what
feel.
we're in right now. We're in this
But,
movie. That's
yeah,
the whole thing about it. We integrate it. We don't separate it. So
no,
this the peacemaker meditation, dig this, especially for anybody that's Jewish on this call. Lean forward. We get to do this because let's get into this space. Your hands are on your lap. And as you're ready to breathe in, we bend backward saying, peace in everything. And we put our fingers and our heart together. And as we're bending forward, breathing out, we're saying everything with peace. Peace in everything. Everything with peace. It's a psychosomatic spiritual practice. Peace in everything. Everything with peace. And we do it at a 5.5 count if we can do it. And you can. There's no ifs in our life. And so we do peace in everything. Everything with peace. And we do this for a period of time. I at one time had a traumatic experience called a mass shooting.
well,
I was at Saugus High School where a bunch of kids were shot and died, and the boy killed himself. And
yeah, you were there.
I was there, and then I got to help about 100 students because I had already given programs at Oxford Medical School and the UN on stress management because I had been on a hijacked airplane in '77 and brought meditation into clearing all of this stuff. And from that hijacking, I never had a PTSD. I've taken my guns from students at Crenshaw High School and other schools, and knives swung at me and so on. So this body's used to a lot of things because I've been meditating since the mid 70s. And I
Yeah.
had a master that got me into meditation like that. He
Same.
literally could touch you, look at you, or give you a mantra or think of you, and you'd be in a deep state of meditation. He was unreal. He was a Shaktipat master.
Excuse
Yes.
me, Dr. Kruger, if I could please contact you later this month, I'd be glad to hire you for coaching for a business situation I have.
Anytime. I see,
Beto
this is one
related.
of the things. I charge what you earn in an hour.
Oh wow, yeah.
If you want to give me more, you can, because Lord knows I need it. I get
Yeah,
by
I'll help.
by
Yeah,
the
I'll be
skin of my
I'll
teeth,
be
but I've
paid on
always
the
gotten by.
17th. I'll hire you after. That'd be a big help. That'd be a big boost. Thank you.
Anytime, Michael.
Yeah, real good.
Listen, we are here to serve.
And I'll be reading your book in the meantime, so I'll be well versed in your practice.
Okay. Did you
Um,
get to Pythagoras's practice? I love it.
Haha.
Read
It's
Pythagoras'
such a
practice.
powerful a book that I could only page through a couple
Yeah.
pages at a time, but
Yeah.
it's just really condensed and very
Her-
strong work. So thank you.
Well, the crazy thing about it, I realized the power of stories is so much better. That book could be 5 times bigger if I put the stories in that created them. I put a little bit of a story about switching. Now, switching gets people that have PTSD or all kinds of other problems like this to drop it. Well, maybe 3 weeks. You do the switching. It's this. It's I can. It's on my web. It's in anyway. We'll connect on it. Yeah,
I
and I was getting to this point about the PTSD at this particular school. Well, for some reason, I started to freak out. I started to cry and shake and I was doing a deposition. I was 1 hour into a deposition about that incident, and I was reliving this whole thing. And so for some reason, I broke down. So I said, give me 5 minutes. I did peace and everything with peace for 5 minutes. They stopped the whole thing. Then after that, I lasted 2 more hours and no problem. So when this occurs, because I've been practicing this, that's another thing. You can get it happening right away and you can drop into it right away just because of the movement and the sound and the timing and all that. Some people need to have more because their karma is different, to put it bluntly, so to speak. But the karma, when you get a Shaktipat from a guru, like Muktananda is, he also had his stuff that kept him grounded here in the world. But he gave me what I got, and I keep it. And he could do what he did because Lord knows I'm no saint either. But anyway, we help each other. The biggest key to life. So thank you, Michael, for offering. Anybody else is welcome to also.
I was curious, this is a strange ask, but like I said,
What makes you think it's strange?
no, because it's really
Aren't I
intuitive.
strange?
No, I just mean it's this intuitive, I have had a lot of really amazing mentors in my life and teachers, and I have a background in thematics, and I have my own journey story, and I'm at the point where I'm in this crystallized state of actualization. I'm found love that came to be in human body, but I'm also through that finding self-love and really emerging into my power. I'm just wondering, do you give workshops? Do you ever take on students or like for the work that you do? And how do I convince you to be my mentor? Like I'm literally like intuitively like something, those intuitive synchronistic moments where you can't like, I won't push it. That's all I'll ask. The end.
When I do this, please stop. It's a universal sign for peace because it shows I have no weapon.
Oh,
That's the original thing about this sign. It's a stop sign for a reason.
Mhm.
You didn't need to talk anymore. So why waste what we're doing, the opportunities that we have? So about mentoring, what did I just say to Michael? I'm available for what it is that you need. If I am not available, I'll tell you. If I can do something, I'll do what I can do as best this is offered. Because I get the expression, not from this just this physical body. Because should we be in our presence, then I would be sensing a lot, let's say, I can't say easier because it's not easier. Well, I'll let that go. And we will grow. And I'm saying we, because without you, I cannot be all that I can be. Why is it that we have come together today with this time, without Shannon on board and without who and how and everybody else that was on this before or whatever? It's just us. So why is that? Doesn't matter. We don't need to ask a stupid question like that. That just get mind fucks.
Kurt, I just love what you're saying. Thank you for all your shares. You guys, I so love this conversation. Lena, you're awesome, everybody. I've actually got to go because, yeah, we're about to go to Mexico tomorrow. I got to pack and all that. But
Send the vibes up here, my dear.
definitely we'll do that. Much love to you all. And I look forward to continuing these beautiful conversations with all of you.
Zoom in peace to you.
Thanks, Melissa.
See you later.
Stay
Lots
safe.
of love. Thank you.
She's always safe, no matter what.
It's
I was
Thank
safe
you.
on a freaking hijacked airplane. They had automatic weapons, hand grenades, and plastic
Sure.
explosives.
I've been through a war in 1974 on the island of Cyprus.
Oh
Coup
my goodness.
d'etat,
Yeah.
and a sniper took a shot at me. I've still got the bullet, but it missed me. Did not have
really,
my name on
Melissa?
it. Yeah. And then Turkish invasion, evacuated by the British. Anyway, that's for another time. Lots of love, you guys.
The
It's
big thing right now is remembering one of the best books I ever read. It has 3 words. Anybody know the book? What's the name of the book? It has 3 words: best teachings in the most educationally sound created book I've ever read.
Love thyself.
No, close.
Know thyself.
Nope.
The Holy Bible.
Oh,
Oh, God.
even close.
Sorry.
Please. Talk about separatist
That's
demon.
a 3-word. That's a 3-word book. That's all.
B is the first word.
Yeah, we're all gonna go when you tell us the answer.
Here,
Be here
be
now.
here. Oh,
Be here
you got it.
now. Yeah, Ram Dass.
Oh,
Well done.
You remember reading that book, having to read it in a circle or this way or all these words, and yeah,
I think
pay attention, so you didn't have to pay for the lack of it.
I left my copy in New York by accident.
I gave away too many copies. I didn't give them away. I lent them, but they never walked back.
Yeah, Lena, go ahead. You got your hand up.
it's just really amazing to me how there are all of a sudden I have these really beautiful teachers that are showing up, and I still have trouble receiving, and I project into the future, and I'm growing because of the moments where I realize how disembodied I am, and with the knowledge of what it means to be embodied and the memory, I can come back so quickly, and it's just like a miracle, like to know that I am here right now, and you already are my mentor. You're already channeling and giving me the gifts that I need right here, right now. And I don't need anything more, and I'm complete, right? And whatever the future brings, it'll bring, but it's about realigning with the now and projecting love and letting go of the fear. I mean, I know exactly what showed up in that moment where I was grasping because fear about, like, and I am so aware, but now I have to drop that awareness and just be. And I'm ready, but I'm noticing how through our interaction, my mind quieted so much. And I laughed at myself, and that's the beginning of, that's the beginning. That's just the beginning, is I just chuckled at my own being. So thank you.
That's a release, because if we can laugh at ourselves,
Exactly.
we're freer. And I used to put after my name another and then a capital U. A friend of mine who was on one of our programs that the Peace Corps did, by name Fine,
I'm wondering if I already did. I think there was.
Michael, can you mute? Because if you could mute, we're having trouble. I'm
Yeah.
having hearing things.
Thank you, sorry.
It's okay. All right.
I'm trying to look up this guy. Klein is his last name, and he has something called the UFHD, Universal Foundation for Holistic Design.
Mm,
And I'll just put it in the chat.
yeah, that's something I'm
You can
interested
see I do a lot of chatting. I have notes that I put into a note thing in my computer, and I'll just pull them up and then share it, because this organization, I spent about, I don't know if it was 8 or 12 weeks with them and doing a reinculturation practice. And they are hanging out with the Kogi in the Sierra Nevadas of Colombia.
Mhm.
And I also have a number of other friends that are working with them too. One is in a big organization. I can find that too. Her name is Anna Gallman. She was on one of our Peace Lab programs for Humanity Rising. But
No,
do you know the Kogi prophecy?
I do. I've heard it.
Well, then I'm going to put in two things. There's one. I could put a picture of a mamo, but I won't. But here's the prophecy itself.
Mm,
And the video, it's exquisitely made video.
yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah. But the other one has the organization that really supports it. And that's Anna Gallman is the head of that. She was with our group here in the Pachamama Alliance group in Southern California.
So I wanted to ask you, Kurt, I guess, um, I haven't formulated my question. Or like, I don't know. I guess I'm here right now, so I don't have to ask that question and project. So yeah, wow, you are a powerful human. Oh, could you talk a little bit about the difference between power and force? Because that's been sticking with me.
No, I don't care about the difference, because it's really, again, one, but we look at it in a different way. And so people may have a concept that power is what force is, or vice versa, or whatever. It's just semantics. And I'm not into doing semantics. And although I do put this thing about empowering communication and making sure that there's, this idea that we look at and putting positive words out all the time, not like, oh, I forgot. No, I get to remember that. Like when I walk up the hill to be able, when I walk up the street, I live in the hills of San Fernando Valley. And I'll walk up West Trail, which is my street. And I'm walking up there, and if I see seeds from a tree fall, like acorns or other kinds of trees, I'll pick up the acorns or these other seeds, and put them in my pocket, or I'll distribute them where there's no trees or whatever it might be, because you can't lose. The seed is either going to be eaten by an animal, it's going to get into the ground and flower or grow, or it's going to feed the soil. What do you lose? Nothing. For just picking up a seed, if it's in the middle of the street, it barely feeds the soil if it gets to be able to do that. So we do the little Johnny Appleseed kind of a thing. We do the same thing with our smiles. We plant them everywhere, so on and so forth. Simple peacemaking practices.
Do you know what just happened? Like, all of a sudden, I literally felt it. I literally felt the energy go from my throat all the way down to my belly and settle, and I'm crying.
And you know why it's in your belly.
It's just so miraculous. It's just so beautiful to like be guided into authenticity in like the most unimaginable way. And I'm just so blessed right now to have like the most amazing people show up in my life. Like, it's just like I'm on this path for a reason. I pray and I meditate and it's coming into fruition, and I needed to cry. That's all.
And it's
I
amazing.
I didn't need you as my mentor either. I have it all inside of me. I just needed to cry
It's pulled out of me to you.
right.
It is. It's true. You're
Yeah.
pulling this.
Yeah, no, I have the intrinsic
You have
power.
that openness, that
Yeah.
vacuum. So what does nature do with a vacuum? It fills it. That's why this hand is open.
Yeah, oh my God. Like that is such it's just so incredible. And all of a sudden what's arising is, oh my God, I want to be like you. I want to be you. And then I'm
You
like,
don't. Please don't do that.
exactly.
Yeah.
But your wisdom,
Excuse me. It's it's our wisdom.
our wisdom,
Yours.
exactly.
This is we changed the me as the
Exactly.
term that one
No,
way, to we.
yeah, the me, you, us, we. Yeah, I love that. And I love the idea of the little we and the big we, how we have our interpersonal relationships. Like right here, it's the little we, but then we have a whole nother manifestation, the macro, the big we, and how interconnected we really are, and it's just like part of my grief, like I just had a person tell me they're like, you're more connected with shadow and than a lot of people that I know. And I think about that and I think I'm so connected, right? And I see the multi-dimensional perspective, but I also see the vibrational currents. I feel like I see them. And what's hard is to live in a world with so much dissonance when I strive for peace and authentic peace, not just the peace. Like there's so many people who deflect and run from the idea of peace, and I have a really sensitive nervous system. Right now it's strange because I don't feel the need to tell my story, and that's a good thing for me right now. And one day maybe I will share it with you, Kurt. Like I think it's important, but right now I'm returning to my body, and with the returning, I think it's good for me just to sit here with that. And yeah, I just feel, yeah, I lost my train of thought, but yeah, it's such, oh yeah, exactly. Sometimes I see so much beauty, and and when that beauty arises, I also see how it's juxtaposed with so much pain but I end up merging them and I find the balance, but I'm always oscillating, right? Pain in order to strike the balance, I think so. And so I'm always just in that state of oscillation. I haven't settled, but I think a part of me, that's the problem is a part of me doesn't feel like like if I settle right now I'm settled, but if that stays, then I'll cease to exist, right? If there's no movement, then we cease to exist. If there's
The ego ceases to exist.
mm,
I'm going to ask a question.
brilliant.
If there is light shining, is there any darkness?
There's always a shadow somewhere.
What makes you think so?
Um,
If there, according to the people in India, there's something called the yugas. The yugas are long periods of time, like 26,000 years or whatever, just humongous time periods. And we are, according to what most people would agree, we are in Kali Yuga, the most devastating, upside down, horrible times. And the next yuga is the opposite. So we are transitioning slowly or rapidly into the Satya Yuga, the pure Yuga, the Yuga where there is peace in everything, everything with peace.
mhm.
So where is the darkness in a place that has peace in everything, everything with peace?
So, um, there's no there's different variants of darkness, right? So within pure light there's still shadow, but I don't equate shadow with darkness, right? Pure darkness is a completely different thing. I think
Are you,
there
are you using the old rational mind, the left brain, or are you sensing into what could be what most people in the world believe about having to have because of the Tao? I mean, here's the light and the dark and all that. Taoism is such a beautiful, beautiful.
yeah, agreed. But what about so my question that I pose to you, I guess, is so we can't directly stare into a bright light because it will actually blind us. So,
You're talking about the human body. I'm talking about something beyond
yeah, fair,
that. Thank you.
fair. I will take that. Am I there? I mean,
Well, the thing is that if we have a person's reach should exceed their grasp.
yeah,
What
exactly.
they have. Robert Browning, he was, it wasn't a chauvinist necessarily. I don't know if he was or not, but you know, he wrote like people did in those days, always about the him instead of both or whatever, when he meant everybody. And so I I changed those wordings because of people's chitch about it. I don't get into that, like I said, about that separation stuff, about worrying if it's a male or female. I happen to be in a man's body. Is that my fault? I happen to be in a white man's body. That's the worst. You know, who's going to listen to some schmuck like me? Well, especially if he's a schmuck. That's Yiddish for prick.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I had a Jewish dad.
We raised our kids with our Jewish friends, as well as we were both. My wife and I were both raised Catholic.
Same. My mom was Catholic and my dad was Jewish. So,
Oh, excellent. That's the same thing with both our friends. The women are the Christians,
mhm.
and the men are the Jews.
And then they birthed a Buddhist daughter who happened to have a Mongolian blue spot in Poland, like a Jewish dad and a Christian Roman Catholic mom birth a child with a Mongolian blue spot, which is a birthmark that only shows up in Far Eastern like populations in Warsaw, Poland. And then 4 days later, martial law is instilled and Poland goes under communism. Dad got blacklisted. He got stuck in America, and mom and I had to stay through the war. So yeah, I have my own. Yeah, the part of my sensitivity is actually severe neuro damage from Agent Orange. So I survived. What the Russians were doing was they were they were aging it, so they were making it lethal instead of just like to ward people off on purpose intentionally. And yeah, so when I was 2.5, my mom's friend had me in a carrier and he was running to a poetry reading with me through the streets, and a tear gas canister grazed my head and exploded right behind us, like literally. And I ended up pretty sick for a while, and then I literally got, and you don't have to believe this, it's a true story, and then I got stolen by Russian spies because my parents were both activists. So there's 2 months of my early childhood where I was held hostage, and no one knows what happened to me then. So yeah, that's what I was born into. My quest for peace is real.
And you see where all that quote trauma and darkness has got
Mhm.
into so much light and light giving.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, I'm trying. I mean, uh-oh, here I go with the self-defeatist. There's no try, only do, but
yeah, well, see, you hear yourself, and I'm so happy that you're paying attention.
Um, it's what's hard when you, so I will word this the right way. When you deal with trauma that happened that early, like, you know, I believe in DNA activation sequences, and through my work with somatics and through my work with really incredible teachers, I practiced with Elaine Summers, who she has her own incredible story. She was a dancer and she was able to completely heal her body, and she created the movement. She's the founder of Contact Improv and all these other beautiful movement sequences that arose from her work. And I really do believe that movement and dance can reprogram trauma and have this like inherent potential to heal, and that I've had that on such a miraculous level. I was able to cure seizures. I was able, as long as I was moving, I was okay. But I also, when you initially brought in mutism and you were like, I was floored, because I still to this day, and I don't tell anyone, there's moments where I have to communicate with sign language, hand gestures, and writing. And I'm 43, and it's something I've kind of kept in the closet also because I used to be in the dance studio so much it didn't matter. Um, and it's just so incredible. Right now, I feel so aligned and just like I feel okay with, you know, I feel okay with not talking to, I don't feel the need to over communicate, and that's rare for me. But it's happening because there's an opening, there's an acceptance, but also there's this recognition of the pure light. And I think just that in itself, whether I believe or not, you putting it out there is creating this infinite, whether I'm embodied in it right now, you're healing the planet by putting it out there. You're healing me, you're healing, you're creating, because you can tell you embody it, you believe it. And all that you can do in your presence is have hope. So thank you. Like anybody who, I mean, I'm curious if there's human beings that can actually be grumpy around you and not smile. I bet there are, but I bet there's some weird, weird psychopaths.
Tell you something that Muktananda gave free programs every night of the week. And then on weekends he would have intensives.
Mhm.
And there was one woman that came to the ashram, in particular, this one in South Fallsburg, New York, which is up in the Catskills.
Yeah.
Borscht Belt, as it used to be called. And she would just stand there next to his chair while everybody's coming up to greet him and this, that, and the other thing. And they'll pranam and they'll give gifts or whatever, and they'll go on. And she'd stand there talking to him and just blabbing, and he'd be, touching people or whatever, and he's doing his thing, and he'd answer a question here or there. And somebody said, Babaji, why is it that you put up with this woman? She keeps doing this all the time. It's so distracting. And he said, well, if I get rid of her, it's my karma to have somebody like her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
So I get to be able to accept her as she is, just like he accepted me as I was, because I was not a good boy around his a lot of the times, because I did love women a lot and enjoyed what I got to be able to enjoy. So these things we learned from.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to think that we have to be a certain way at any one time. And that every single moment is an opportunity
To grow.
Yes. And
Okay.
and this little thing that I put in the chat, it's about peacemaking. And I put in a prompt for people in regard to their vision for peace.
Aw.
And I offered my vision of peace
Mhm.
because it's not for me to convince people to be peacemakers
No.
any other way than they feel guided. So I
Yeah.
want to activate in them, excite in them some way to be able to find their vision of peace so they can reach it. And together, we get to be able to have more peace than everything with peace.
Mm.
So you will create your own vision of peace, whether it's in that format, or whether it's in a meme, or whether it's in a dance, or whether it's in a song. I bet you could do some great singing.
Do you know what are you channeling? I recently reconnected with my voice. I just put a call out for a guitar player. That's crazy because I haven't sang in 8 years and I had an
Is it crazy?
It's not it's just freaking synchronous. I mean, you guessed it. I'm a performer, 9 years of, not that training matters, but
Doesn't matter. I have no psychology degree at all. None. And yet I started the Institute of Sports Psychology. I keynoted the World Congress in Sports Psychology. My PhD is in playing happily daily. It's not a degree from a university. You don't get it from a university.
I just
Good
talked
given.
I just talked to my mother. I had an amazing conversation with her because I'm doing all this incredible work and getting recognized right now. And I was gonna go get my PhD, and my mom actually told me, she's like, don't, because all my family members have PhDs and I'm the only
A
one that
waste of time.
my mother, you know what she told me? She literally told me, Carolina, you're too brilliant for a PhD. We all did it. We're all dumb. You need to actually do your work. You have a higher purpose, and that's to spread like love and you need to continue that journey. Do not get your PhD when your mother is like, do not do higher education, you know. Who my mom had a PhD in quantum physics, like,
But
and
she knows,
yeah.
she knows
Um,
that it's piled higher and deeper.
mhm.
You don't get a PhD because it wastes your time with the academic requirements for it.
Yeah,
You are exploring reality at a deeper level than they can ever teach you. You're
exactly.
going to go to a university. I would suggest Ubiquity University. I don't know if you checked it out, but they give degrees in things like uh, communicating with you unidentified anomalous phenomenon.
Well, I went to metaphysical school. I went to two different schools, metaphysical academies, and I'm a part of what's called the Sacred Science Library. And yeah, I mean I have about 10 different wisdom schools. So meaning really incredible teachers, and I've been involved. I lived in Sri Lanka and
Really?
translated. Yeah, and I translated polytext, and I was gonna, when you were talking about meditation and your experience, I was gonna mention how a lot of my meditation training and a lot of my yoga training was in the deep jungle, but then I found the original indigenous tribe. I found the Vedas, and I actually lived with them for a couple months. I was working out of Colombo. I was working with an NGO, but then I started having these amazing experiences, and I dropped out of the NGO, and I actually sat with a sadhu in the jungle, me and a group of disciples, and he was dying. A friend of mine, it was his disciple, he had sat with him for years and then left, and then I was able to um yeah, do a death ritual. We brought him back to his family's house, and it was a 3.5 month journey. And I did a full death rite for death passage for a sadhu. And I will tell you that experience was at the same time then tsunami hit, and I ended up
But the one down in Sri Lanka or
yeah, I ended up lasting. I was one of about 5 workers. um People were told to go 3 weeks leave and 3 weeks on because of the psychological damage of, I mean, what I saw was amazing, and I ended up going into crisis nurse mode, and I did that for a year, but my team saved over we saved over 100 children. We started 3 orphanage projects, and but I was working 12-hour, I mean I was in full mode. um yeah, and it was absolutely wonderful, and it was my meditation and my yoga experience, and going to the Temple of the Tooth, doing the monastic Buddhist like chants, right? Daily, morning, ocean ritual, go to temple, come back, go and be of service to the kids. And that was 3 years of my life devoted to my meditation, devoted to helping kids. And it was the best, most, I mean, I was 23, and I committed my heart. So then what ended up happening was I did this art project with kids, and the New York art group wanted to sign me, and yeah, I resisted and denied representation, and we denied Oprah. Like the project I was working on was starting to gain too much like momentum in like a really toxic way, in my opinion. So yeah, it's 8 years later, and now I'm coming back to my projects in Sri Lanka. There's more intertwined with that story. I fell in love with a guy in New York and left my dreams behind and ended up in a really abusive relationship, actually emotionally controlling. And his parents told me if I left the country alone, I could never step foot in their son's life again, and I chose him. They were a super elite, rich DC family, and my life, when I met Brian, my life changed so drastically. And then it's been about 7 years, more things happened, but now I'm realigning with myself in this deep way. So it's just incredible. Meeting you has been, I have to go soon, but I'm just so blessed to meet you.
Well, I'm blessed to meet you, and you've obviously brought forth a lot of things today that needed to be expressed for everybody's benefit.
Mm,
And all of this came forth. I just there's a device that a man is bringing up from Australia to the Uprising Together group here in Los Angeles that I'm part of. And I wanted to turn you on to that.
yeah.
But I'll put into the chat about his name and his book that he's written. And his name is Daniel Rechnitzer.
Mm,
Mind, it's the sanest thing you can do.
mm, mm. Whatever sanity is. An Indigenous blueprint for
I don't know
peace.
if you've ever read R.D. Lang.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a trip and a half, or was. I don't know if he's still alive now, but it was a long time ago that I used to read that.
Well, yeah, and yeah, it's true.
We have
Dr.
a
Martin
people
Luther
that
King
can still
said
be
that.
on, and everybody's been listening. I'd love to be able to have some feedback or input or however you feel guided to speak up. I know Marco may still be with his mama and all that, but how about you, Michael or James?
I
What
have
is
to run, but thank you. I'm gonna just mute. I have to go into another call really soon, but thank you.
Did I
Thank
send you the Zoom thing? Did I put that in there? Before you go, you got to get the video on the Zoom. I'll get it shortly.
Yeah. Thanks, Kurt. I appreciate asking for my input, but I'm just feeling blessed that the conversation is going the way it is today, that you and Lena got a chance to exchange, because you're both, good, special people to me.
Do you have
And
a point of contact for Kurt? Yeah, cool. Thank you, Kurt.
Oh, it's my pleasure. My goodness, I'm so blessed to be here with you guys. And
Sorry, I dominated the conversation. I should have asked for a one-on-one. I am so sorry if anybody else. Oh my gosh.
Lena, look who all is here, and I have permission to tell you to shut up if I have to.
Totally. He does. I've known Marco for a long time, and most of my closest friends have. I overtalk, but
well,
what's a miracle is how when I'm in alignment with my higher purpose, when I start talking about dance and somatics, when I start talking about the kids in Sri Lanka, right? My nervous system calms down. I am so like ready to be of service again to the kids in Sri Lanka. And it's absolutely my tears that just came out in this call. That's my awakening to, full circle, I just like, oh my God, okay, I'm gonna mute, I'm over talking. How do you reconcile with the fact that the world is such a miraculous place? How can people not, and how can people just like ignore? Thank you. I'm gonna end on that note. Thank you.
they don't look at sunflowers like this. They don't look at cactus like this. This is just up the street. The sunflower was just up the street. This is the kind of place that I get to be able to live in. Of course, it's not always flowering, but you know, These are two simple little pictures that I have that I put up as backgrounds. It depends on where and how I'm guided to be on a program. I actually have this old jacket on from the University of Colorado because it was cold today. It got down in the 30s, and now it's probably up to about 50 or so. But I don't heat my house if I can help it, but I do have somebody who's two other people living here right now, and my son and my wife are off in Africa, so they'll be back on the 17th.
All right, I just got a message that I have a link. Oh, whoa, Trauma Dharma. What is that?
Oh, that's Sandstrom. He's a great soul. He's really a dynamite guy. As a matter of fact, I got to get back with him. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to phone him. It's
Yeah.
time. Okay.
Yeah, Kurt, I get backgrounds like you two. I put them up, switch them for occasions, and this is how I feel about what's going on right here, right now.
All right.
How?
You got it, right?
I
Fan,
can't- Fanta?
Fanta soda
Uh-huh.
to a stick. Fantastic.
You're usually getting me accused.
Um,
I need all the help I can get. I sometimes challenge people with a query that our PE department was given by the head of the not department. It was the PE advisory board for Los Angeles Unified School District, because I was on it for about 12 years. He gets us over at his house to be able to get us to brainstorm how to be able to upgrade PE in the whole city schools. He says, here's a 1 foot long ruler, a 1 foot long string, and and a hammer, normal hammer in a house. You get to attach the hammer to the ruler by the string and have it hang on the edge of a table by 1 inch. 1 inch of the ruler's on the edge of the table, and the string and the hammer are hanging, not touching anything.
Okay.
Tell me when you figure that one out.
Yeah, probably the other 11 inches of the ruler are on the table.
No, only 1 inch of it is on the table.
Oh, I thought you said 1 inch of it was past the edge of the table. Okay. 1
One
inch
inch.
on the table.
Let me see if I have that in a note.
I have to go. I just got a message that I have to hop on this other call. Thank you, Kurt, and thank you, Marco. I might be back later, and
I just put it in there now. That's the information.
I was thinking maybe I can't see the chat yet. Hold on. I think alternately I would have put the other end of the ruler on the back of a chair.
you know, do you
Nope.
know what I'm sensing that is beautiful? Like, just intuitively before I go, it's just mesmerizing to me because the energy in the room right now, what it is it's like ultimately a silent scream. And like saying, but it's like so big. It's bigger than just it's bigger than like, there's people who preach love and then there's people who embody love, right? And you are so embodied, and through your embodiment, there is this huge wave of just like resonance and synchronicity that I feel so deeply right now, but it's also not like the usual, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's not the usual, like sometimes when people like when people send a lot of links in the chat, when, I get really overwhelmed and nervous. And I know this is pure being. I know this is pure love that's being transmitted because I'm at peace. And it's just like so rare to find people who are truly on the path of peace, right? And who actually embody it. So on that note, I'm gonna leave saying that, you know, I have ascended just a little bit into my own truth. So thank you. Blessed. I will talk to you all.
Markle and Michael and James all contributed incredible energy to this. She wants to blame it all on me. I ain't taking it. Guys, you guys are dynamos. How else can this be attracting people like Lena or anybody without your love and kindness, without your energy that you put forth in this?
Thanks, Kurt. Yeah. No, I'm not even going to argue with you even a little bit because this has become more and more aware in my awareness. I don't know, it's been a while since I've talked with you. I've got Chief Phil recommended I go through their heart protocol plant medicine journey, a series of 4, and I've done 2, and it really has opened up my heart chakra. I have so much more compassion. It's harder for me to be mad at anybody even. I mean, I can't. It's wild. And each one builds on the one before, so I've got 2 more to go in this group's, protocol. And yeah.
Beautiful. I'm so happy for you, Nate.
Thank you.
Yeah. How about you, Michael?
Well, it's actually Mike. I'm not Michael. Michael's on his own, Kurt. I did want to ask you, I've got your book beside me. Michael gave it to me. This is Mike or Madness, by the way. I'm just with Marco and Michael here. What's next for you?
That's a good question. I just found out I get to be able to be a little bit of a consultant here or there and get paid for it. So that's really nice because I'm like Bucky Fuller. He's always been. Do you know his little story?
I don't. Sorry. Yeah.
You have a minute?
Yeah, I don't. Go ahead.
I love telling the story because.
Okay, now just that's not Michael Prent. He's just on Michael Prent's computer. That's Mike H.
Okay. Well, anyway, you can send me your contact information, whatever you want to do, Anyway, so here's Bucky Fuller. He's been kicked out of Harvard University twice. He gets married to a rich woman. He gets her pregnant. She has a wonderful little daughter. And for some reason, she got sick and died in his arms. He gets so depressed that he's just gonna walk out into Lake Michigan and swim out as far as he can and die. As he's walking out into Lake Michigan, he hears this epiphany. Your body's not yours. It's the universe's. Do good work, and you'll always be taken care of, just in the nick of time. He turns around, walks back to his house, doesn't leave his house for 2 years. And after that time, he becomes a dynamo of creativity. But every month from then on, when he heard that voice, he zeroed out his bank account. But he was always taken care of just in the nick of time. And that's what's been happening with me. And I could do without it right now. I could, I'm not Buck Fuller either,
No.
Yeah. That helps with the universe. Yeah.
I love your.
So listen, I get to go off too, and my buddy's just come out of his hibernation, and we got things to do around here. But I so appreciate being with you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
Zoom in peace.
We'll talk soon, Kurt.
Yeah. God bless.
Well, Marco, as I've said many times before, I love it when a good plan
Hey, Mike, how you doing? Wait, I can't hear you.
No, I know. I don't know how to unlock anyone. How are you? Where are you? Oh, you're with your mom.
Yeah, they're just cleaning her up, so I'm just gonna wait out. I'm just waiting for her, and then we'll get some dinner, and then I'll head back north after that.
Very good.
Yeah, anything, any updates?
No, I think that we're all pretty happy with how that went today.
Mm-hmm.
We got a good solid recording. I know that Kurt came in and
Yeah.
had a pretty good conversation with Lena afterwards. I know Shannon was there too.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, we've just been working on the kitchen and stuff. And Michael, did you lay down for a minute
Yeah, I
there?
did,
Yeah,
yeah.
Michael laid down for like an hour or something afterwards. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, man.
Cool.
Yeah, we're just Marco's doing some dishes and making some asparagus, and we've just been slowly working on the kitchen. Yeah, that's not much.
Cool.
Yeah, the I will say though, like the bookend on the podcast there, that especially considering our conversations yesterday and stuff, that was probably the best I could have anticipated. It was a nice solid block. I don't
Yeah.
control Marco's background, sorry, so I apologize if it looks like I'm like coming out of the forest and the sun or something, Jamin.
No, it looks very Canadian. I mean, like
I was supposed to leave the Canadian
if you
behind.
just took off. No, if it's following you. In fact, if you took off all your clothes, you'd look like you were just totally in your natural state. You know, just
Yeah,
running
right.
naked through the forest.
Disappear into the
Typical
trees.
Canadian. Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I don't know. Marco, you got anything else you want to add? No. Marco's tired. We need to take care of our Marco.
When I went to go do
Yeah.
my meditation, that's when somebody popped back in the room, so. I
Oh,
came
right.
back.
So you came back yet.
I didn't do that meditation. I did choose these.
Did James hang in there for a while? Oh, it
He's
looks like
still
James
there.
is still there.
I
Okay,
don't know
cool.
what he's doing. Maybe he's painting in the background or something. I think I caught that, but
Ah,
he hasn't spoken up in about an hour.
okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Yep.
Just checking. Well, anyway, we'll all be busy for, I don't know, 1.5 to 2 hours getting my mom dinner
Yep.
and getting a bite myself in the process, and then I'll be back on after that. So,
Okay. Good. Well, it looks like we have another day of rest here tomorrow too. So Marco and I might not leave till Sunday morning, which is nice.
oh, okay.
It gives
Yeah,
us time
yeah.
here.
Okay, cool.
And it
Good.
looks like Marco just jumped on his phone too. So if he wants to speak, he'll speak for himself. But I'm getting off his computer. I'm gonna move, but I'm sure I can hear you on the computers.
Okay,
Love you,
very
sir.
good. All right, love you too. All right. Marco, sounds like you got kitchen duties, so I won't bug you. Oh,
Yeah, no,
oh,
there's a lot swirling in my head.
yeah. Did Sienna swing by at all today?
Shannon, yes.
No, Sienna.
Oh, Sienna, no.
Okay, yeah, I was here when Shannon was here. Okay.
You see you're wearing the official gag of the pandemic.
Right.
Let's make sure people smile at each other. That's too much positive energy.
Yep. Hey, feel free to give Mike the update on CNI. I think Michael also didn't get the update yet, so feel free to update if you want to, or we can all have an update check in later.
Yeah, I did think I brought him up to speed.
Okay, good.
Let us. Make sure even if we're gonna do it, make sure that,
Let me see. Oh, I need the blender.
Yeah, Michael hacking it up.
What? I just want to plan my my next little bit.
Probably leave at about 8:30.
Oh, you okay, Marco? Your arm like this.
Oh,
We can put some light on the subject with the light, with the lamp right on the counter there.
Oh,
You want to reach that?
oh, that's what that means.
I'm sure.
I do understand. I'm just gonna walk myself. Can we transfer out of blender the sweet? Does anybody want any? Okay, cool. That's one down. I'm thinking we could end up missing. I know you made a noise, Mike, but you know what come to? Yeah, no, okay, no, that's good. Making too much noise, I don't understand that.
Yeah, Marco, before you, one on one. I am gonna tie up your left arm, Marco. Obviously not while you're driving, but I will tie it up.
Oh, shit.
What's up, my friend?
Driving date.
Tomorrow.
12th car insurance is due. I knew there was something else about the 12th.
Yeah, but that's after we're back.
Yeah.
That's like we'll be back here before that. I honestly, I mean, you can do what you want.
No, I'm just calculating that I have enough money.
No, I understand that. I'm hoping to grab some sources and stuff. My mom puts some points.
No, I forgot. I think I put more into Canada than maybe I should have.
Marco, we're gonna figure it out. You're gonna see this clip.
I was supposed to call them today. That was the important call.
Can it be done tomorrow?
No. Municipal tax office, no, on Saturday.
I mean, you can always track them on the Monday during the eclipse. I'm fairly sure the road is shut down for like 6 hours or 8 hours or something. Yeah. No, Marco, again, what are you laughing at, Marco? Oh, sorry, I thought you were laughing. No, Marco, again, like first night at least, write down those worries if you need to, but otherwise, put them to rest for just tonight. Get a good night's sleep again. And then tomorrow we will sit down and we'll actually strategize. We don't have, I mean, I have calls that are associated with our groups and stuff, but we don't actually have anything like scheduled that we have to be on tomorrow, right? I might be activating my number tomorrow too to make sure that I have some points of contact, but that's just $13 a day then.
Yeah, I just don't understand the whole. Hours to.
$50.
No,
there's an
false charge on my car.
Oh, shit.
Yes, it was confused.
Unless for some reason he talked me into something that I didn't think I did. My only connection to Portland right now is her.
But that's not her yet, it's Mike, right?
Yeah, but it's a. That's starting to do that, and then somebody thought.
posted and I can dispute it, you know, remove it right away and. Called A-Range Mobile, Portland, Oregon.
Well, that sounds like a phone.
Yeah, that sounds like that sounds like a phone. Somebody adding to their phone bill.
Well, that sounds like actually what I was looking into. It sounds like a whole bunch.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like somebody topped up their phone, pay-as-you-go phone.
Oh, right.
Or paid per month, whatever.
Yeah. Like, man, do you enjoy the black on white or the white on black?
Yeah, I think that's.
You don't get any like tracers afterwards?
No, it doesn't bother my eyes.
So
I should be wearing the glasses, but I can read it. That's try to get my eyes strictened without using the glasses.
that's true.
For something?
No, I'm just waiting for my mother. I'm waiting for my mother.
Really, for your mother?
Yeah.
Find her up?
No, I know where she is. She's right in there. They're just cleaning her up and then they're gonna bring her out for dinner.
Apparently studies show that the white on black is better for your
Thank you.
He's not right, something crazy. Yeah, are you on mute?
I think so.
Your phone?
I can talk from here.
I think there's some complication that we have.
Oh, sorry, you guys.
Sorry.
Oh, hey, everybody. Looks like James, Marco, which means by extension, I presume, Mike and Michael. Is that Michael? I think I heard Michael there. Anyway, maybe you guys are muted. It's all good. As Tom Petty sang back in the 70s, it's all right.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm here.
Oh.
Mark was in the kitchen cooking up a storm.
All right.
He's cooking up asparagus, mushroom soup. Him and Mike really cooked up. They fixed my kitchen up perfectly, man.
Oh, wow.
I got to invite
That's
these guys over more. I got to invite them over more often.
Yeah.
Yeah, maintenance, man. These guys are amazing.
Awesome.
They organized my whole kitchen, man. It's a spick and span. It's so clean and organized. These guys
Nice.
are amazing. I wish I could have eaten at their restaurants.
Oh, yeah.
And I am eating at the restaurant right now.
Right.
Yeah, you had a good meal with Mom?
I did.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
we had a good time.
Good.
Got some walking in. Anyway, so
Yeah.
I'm on my way back.
Yeah, Mark will be over here in a little while. He's still stirring the soup and stuff. Mike and I are going to go to the bar to hear some music in a little while. We're going to wait around and visit with you first.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll just go down the street to the bar. We're getting a lift right down there. So I'm coordinating that.
Cool.
But we're good to catch up with you again, bud.
Okay, very good. Very good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Mark he can hear you. He's listening.
Okay, good.
But he's got to tend to his stove. He's got a hot pot on the stove there.
Yeah.
These guys are amazing, man. All I can do is roll up spliffs for them. That's all I can do, you know. I had this cannabis butter. It was for coconut oil that Jesus left back in February. And Marco tried a spoonful of it, and he's high as hell right now.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's some cannabis oil is coconut. He's not that high. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah. Here's Mike over here. He's gonna say hi.
What's up, Jamin? Can you hear me?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No. Hello. I guess I'm switching spots with the crew here on Marco's laptop. Oh, look at me. I popped in out of the Canadian forest.
Oh, look at you. All right.
My buddy. Yeah, no, Marco's handling the kitchen, and Michael's gonna take me on my second night of American Adventure. But it's just small stuff, right? We're not getting out of sorts. I mean, we've had good bedtime. Yeah. I'm sure you heard from the voice that I was passed out by 12 last night.
Yes, I did. I was very proud of you.
Oh, I like to keep a good sleep schedule. That's why you can never get a hold of me at 1 or 2 a.m.
Good.
Are you on your way back now?
Yes, I am. Yeah, because we head out to.
Breaking up.
Oh, yeah, you're cutting out a little bit, Jamin.
I'll turn off my
Video, yeah, good.
They'll give our eyes a rest anyway.
camera. Yeah, we're actually going to be flying down to Mexico City.
Yeah.
So, I'm very excited. I'm very excited to be flying Air Canada again.
Are you actually?
Yeah.
No, I'm not kidding. Yeah, the flight is kind of silly. We actually fly from Seattle up to Vancouver, BC, which those two cities are so close that, normally you would just drive. But anyway, I just booked the flight from Seattle to Mexico City, and then Expedia took care of all the details. So got us on a short flight up to Vancouver, Canada. And then from there, a direct flight from Vancouver to Mexico City.
That is a strange one, my friend.
I'm gonna say boarding and unboarding or
Did you like
deplaning,
call
whatever they call it,
No, they
is
call it that.
gotta add up to longer than the flight time.
We're taking this one to
Yeah,
Marco.
I would think so. I think that probably the actual flight time might be something like, I don't know, half an hour or something like that, if even that.
Seattle to Vancouver, yeah,
Yeah.
you better speak it up to
Yeah.
go down again.
You
Yeah.
can light up if you like. Go ahead and light
No,
up.
no, no. We don't have to do it now.
I'm not gonna smoke much at all, by the way.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Keep
Yeah,
going,
buddy,
Jim, and you're
buddy.
here with us. Don't worry.
Yeah, we're listening, but
Yeah, yeah. So anyway, what did you guys think of everything we discussed earlier, including like Paul Beckwith and, for that matter, other speakers? But I think Paul Beckwith could be, if he's ready for a little adventure, I think it could be a real blast to have him down there. Or I guess I should say a real heat dome to have him down in DC. And you know, I mean, why
Well,
not just, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, we did have a little powwow on that, and
Yeah.
we're kind of all, if you don't lose Beckwith, you lose us.
If you don't
Come on.
lose, oh, wait a second here.
Damn
We
it,
got,
Mike.
we got
Mike.
to lose Beckwith right now.
Yeah,
dress for Madison.
Mike already laughed and ruined it. I was gonna see how long I could
I'm
keep
too
that.
honored.
Oh.
I don't have the stomach for his jibs and his
A dress
jabs.
for Madison Club.
Oh man.
So, yeah, Mike, do you see how, or Michael, do you see how much Lyft is? And let me check Uber. I'll bet you it's cheaper.
Oh, it'd be great, yeah. Yeah, I'll.
Let me grab my phone.
I'm gonna go over here and.
Jamin, just so you're not lost on these boys, I think everything that I think everything that was happened there was really good. I like what Desmond said about, like, what James said about Paul. I honestly, I think that the three things together all just kind of fit in a way that maybe we didn't anticipate or didn't predict.
That's and what are the three things in your mind then?
From the meeting, so the Washington, the school thing, right? Obviously, and then Paul Beckwith being included in that. Like, I really, that's probably the longest I've heard James speak, so I really appreciated his enthusiasm that way, and the clip too. I think that's the first time, maybe consciously, that I've ever actually heard Beckwith speak. I've read some of his stuff, but I don't know that I've ever actually heard him speak. So that was an interesting one. Yeah, that was an interesting one. And then Doc Time stuff was a little unrelated, but you guys didn't have the context of listening to him and Ben and this Thomas Poeter. I can't pronounce the German name, but you didn't have the context of listening to their like 50-minute conversation. So what Doc Time was referencing was kind of in the last, like, I don't know, the last 15 or 10 minutes of their conversation, but it does fit into the fact that so Ben is a friend of Victor's, and I believe Thomas is Ben's mentor, or at least that's the sense that I got. And I've met Ben once or twice before.
Ben Honer?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. No. He goes by Exobyte. Not Ben Honer.
Oh, okay.
He's got glasses and he's I don't know, Marco. I don't know. Okay, well, we'll figure that out later. But anyways, yeah. So Doc Times was like a 2.5 for our starters near today, Jamin. But I really do think that certainly, everything that we have planned, and then the Paul Beck again. Listen, I've been told in no uncertain terms to stop questioning synchronicity or serendipity. Beckwith keeps coming up. I'm fairly sure he doesn't realize it yet. He's just part of Shizzy. He's he's just part of it already. I don't even know, like, By the way, I never even heard the conversation because I was out for a little bit of a walk before we did the starters near. You did talk to Sienna?
Yeah, I did talk with Sienna and Melissa. The three of us spoke this morning for about an hour, and some of that was Sienna coaching Melissa on how to get up on X. And but the bottom line is, and now, are we recording? I think, Marco, we might be recording, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, hold on.
I totally forgot.
Remember, Michael and I are leaving like in a couple minutes here, Jamin. So I'm not sure it's even worth it.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. Well, then look, we can talk the Sienna stuff later, but the bottom line is